here, people. I'm here. I'm working on this fine Sunday, and we're going to try and figure out the rogue design. I've got this mechanics in for the rogue that I want, and now I just need the ability ideas. And so the first thing I think I need to figure out is the passive. I can get rid of some of this. So I think the passive I want is basically these exposed weakness stuff. Um, I'll make that the first passive. Let's do that. Let's do this. Because that's interesting, because that means every time you crit, let's see. I also need to check out all my rogue files. All right, this is going to be a passive now. And don't need that. It's on crit. Going to be an activation chance of 1. Maybe I do 50% or something, but no, I think for 1, for now we'll do 1. Activate tags. I don't need any yet. Don't need any action things. Cooldown 0. Math requirements, subtract. And I think that's it. And then I have to do the kits. And we're just going to take out exposed weakness. And then in the newbie kit, we're going to add the passive expose weakness. And then the progression. I'm just going to delete this. Let's try this out. Oh, I don't think I have anything that crits right now. Let's go to backstab. And we're going to make it share the we'll just set this to auto crit. So now let's see if it just works automatically as a passive here. So alright, expose weakness. Hello all. Okay. Of course. Oh. So I've got my first kind of direction. So the passive, exposed weakness is now a passive. So there's no base crit. This plays into the fact that the rogue's dual wielding class gets a lot of crits. So the gameplay effect for the rogue is apply a crit to each side of the enemy to gain passive stacks of damage, of lowering target's armor. And so let me just get to where is it? What do I want to do here? Just make something basic here. That's not going to work. All right, let's just duplicate this. And then we're going to set this position to any. And then the so now I should basically be able to, so there's a crit there. Crits, increasing the stacks. But it only refreshes if you're from the front, or the side. Now it's third, now 4. That's actually really cool. All right, that feels nice. So let's rename this stuff. We're going to do passive. All these we do not need. And then all these we do not need. All right, so that feels pretty good so far. Um, so already we're making the rogue like understand that. Let me update the tooltip. All right, and then I need to actually synchronize all the UI elements here on this. Actually, let's do this first. Collapse all, user interface, save, close, reopen them, and we're just going to copy this. Actually, this is the one I want to copy. Paste. And now I won't have different effects. And then let me turn these guys on. Alright, so apply it from the front. It's that icon. Apply it from the left. That icon. Apply it from the back. It's that icon. So it's working. Just refreshed it. Refreshed it. Stacked it. Alright, so that feels really good. I like that. Now empower, which is the goal of increasing your auto attacks, could be something else. And so I do need to make a exception to this. So because I believe if you have a rolling crit dot, it's going to trigger this a lot, which I don't think I want. So let's go to expose weakness. We're going to need a tag for the passive. And we'll just do, I guess, rogue. I can't do that, I don't think. Apply, I guess. And so that will make, just as our little tester here, I can't remember if it's this tag that needs that. Or if it's the stat change that needs it. Okay, it's the stat change that needs it. So I can trash that. Alright, that solves that. So just on most of the rogue abilities, I need to make sure that exposed weakness applies is set. Make sure rogue ability stat changes have okay. What else we got here? So I do like the idea of empowering your attacks. And then I like just this whole concept. Like this could be a whole unique rogue thing. Is the positional advantage button, and eventually you'll be able to cater, like customize what all these different abilities do. Because right now, because of these like front, back, left, right changes I've made, now your R button has a potential of 12 abilities on it. Because you have R1, R2, R3, and then R1 front, R1 back, R1 left, R1 right. Then R2 front, R2 back, R2 left, R2 right. So it's like, Stark, do you have debugging menu for a game? Not a debugging menu, no. I just use all the Unreal Engine tools for debugging and such. I have like GM tools, that you may have seen me used on the playtest and stuff. Like I can summon people, teleport to people, kill monsters, those things. I do those through just slash commands in chat, yeah. No, like MM, I meant. What do you mean by MM? Memory management? Nothing yet. We're not at the stage of optimizing like seriously, right? A mod menu. Uh, no. Um, but like for one, like I just debug through like retracing my steps, whatever the bug is. Bugs usually don't take me too long. Um, and because I'm fully blueprint based, it's usually pretty easy to narrow something down. The fact that I'm blueprint based and the fact that just having good game architecture, right? So because I have my vertical third of well thought out game architecture, I already have buckets of places where things go wrong, like where it could go, they could go wrong. And so, yeah, playing it faster to make it discover bugs. No, I have my mechanics testing level, right? So if I have a bug with a class, I just load up that class or that monster, you know. So that there's that type of stuff. Again, good game architecture, right, is about isolating code into specific files or buckets of code, and that's what I've done. So, like my character blueprint is broken down into like 20 different things when you're combining AI and plus, players. Um, and then every widget is, broken down into components and modular. So I don't really have a need to like make a whole tool surrounding um, discovering bugs. I just load up a test level. I load up that isolated thing that's having a problem, and I figure out, process of elimination through that. And again, it's like a lot of it, and then because I'd use blueprint code, if there's an error, a lot of things just throw back at me through the blueprint editor, or like message log and stuff. And when it comes to optimization, um, I'm not really at a stage where I care about optimization too much. So, um, I'm not going to troubleshoot like any type of graphical glitches or anything like that because I have to revamp our characters and all these things. Certain things that I don't need to care about at this in like a pre-production phase. But I feel like the best way to discover bugs is just having good game architecture in general. Um, okay, so the rogue is stumping me a little bit on design. I will admit, partly because I went through this with the mage on when you're designing like every ability needs to have an intention to it. Like, why are you pushing that button over a different button? Because you're likely going to have 6 things off cooldown. So why are you pushing in like the positional advantage button itself? Um, why would you be hitting a frontal attack versus a back attack if the back attack is more damage? That one's a little bit more straightforward because front could be there's solo versus duo or group modes. could make crits also apply a bleed. I feel like that's doubling up on mechanics. And maybe only certain attacks apply the bleed. I could have frontal attacks apply a bleed. And then back attacks be more damage. So maybe there's a theme. Themes. Backstab. Raw damage. Front bleed. Left side. Right side. But I also think I just need a different thing for. So front could be like double attacks, right? Like you're getting multiple hits, which has a chance to like better for proccing. Backstabs are raw damage, but slow. So I'll add a cast time to all backstabs. And these also cost more resource. Lower stamina cost. Yeah, I do think I want bleed as its own ability for sure. Bleed, I think, is still going to be like Shift R1. It's going to be like the most efficient R1 that you can do. Because it's low damage but bleeds, and you can stack them 4 times, so it's useful over a long duration. And this is for like stationary targets. Intended for more soloing. And so the proccing stuff could, I could introduce poisons, you know, and then your poisons start to make sense for the double attacks. Was it Countess? Hmm. I could technically group these together and just make them like any side, so it's the same thing on either side, but I really like the idea of a left side, right side, like a whole directional kit, doing something different. Hmm. Hmm. Thinking. So, again, if you're just joining, I'm working on my rogue design. My take on the rogue is a positional based attacker. And so you're going to get different bonuses for, or different attacks based on your position against the target. And so the first thing is your crits will apply exposed weakness, which gives it basically an armor debuff, a physical damage debuff on the target. If you do it in the same spot, it just refreshes the duration, but then every time you do it in a different direction, it increases the stack. And your whole team's physical damage will go up. So the concept here is he's the fastest attacker in the game right now, so you're going to get a lot more crits than other characters. So you're going to be able to actually apply more crits, and so as a result of that, you have a passive, like there's a whole thing around your crits to help you debuff the enemy. And then the another kind of feature of the class is the R, which will do different, eventually will do different attacks based on your position on the target. So not only will you have an R1, R2, R3 ability, but you'll also have an R1 front, an R1 back, an R1 left, an R1 right. So your R button basically has 12 abilities to one button. And so I'm trying to identify one of the points when you're trying to make a slower paced combat game is your abilities need to have a lot of intention to each thing. A lot of times you're going to have a lot of different abilities on um, off cooldown. And I'm even this next test, I'm going to have a lot of things have 0 cooldown, because the intention is to make sure you're using your resources wisely, and if you overuse them, then you kind of get screwed. And several times during the playtest, if you casted too many R3 spells, you run out of mana and you just die. So I'm trying to have a lot more, and it goes into one of my core concepts is having a much more thoughts per minute type game instead of actions per minute game. And so you're constantly thinking about your mana, your ruins, your resource, and everything innately technically has a cooldown based on how many attacks it takes to, how much time it takes to rotate through your ruins. So it takes, so even if I wanted to, spam my max rank backstab, I can't, because as soon as I use max rank backstab, my ruins reset. I need 2 more auto attacks, right? And plus I'm going to add the a cast time to the actual backstab itself as well. So it's not something you just spam off global cooldown. And if you do that, you're going to run out of resources very quickly. And so you're susceptible to ads that come in. You might get screwed over from that, and you're susceptible to not having any resources for the rest of the fight. And that's kind of the thought process I want you to be thinking about as you play your characters. There's also the fact that you have a stealth, obviously, so I need to make sure that you have a stealth and distract. So it's 2 abilities. It's funny moving them. 2 abilities that are kind of your entire top bar is kind of like utility abilities right now, which I'm perfectly fine with at the moment. And then your actual attack abilities have a bit more depth to them. And so kind of similarity. Shift right now applies a bleed from the front, and then applies a different bleed. Like you can stack that bleed from each side. If you try and do it again, it's just going to refresh. And then you can obviously technically stack up to 8 bleeds, because you could switch over to the crit version. I wonder if I just keep the whole. Yeah, it's probably better I just set the crit instead of making it crit as a bleed. I just get extra stacks. I think that feels a little bit less interesting now. So technically I have I think I will make steel power a thing. But I think I'm going to make it like a cast instead of a stab. Let me look at something. Aurora.
Too close. Surprise. Ha! Back off! Yeah! Too close. Surprise. Back off! Ha!
Hmm. So I think for now, R1 front is going to become like single attack. R2 front will be double attack. And then R3 front is triple attack. Back is going to be backstab, 1 second. Then backstab, 2 seconds. And backstab, maybe 3 seconds. We'll see. I might even do 2 seconds, 2.5, and 3 or something. I want it to feel long, partly because it creates a very good identity to it. What games have I played? Honestly, I'm kind of just stuck on League of Legends right now. That's partly because it's just one of my other eggs in the basket to make revenue and money. So I have a Shaco content creation channel that I actually just got. It was my first YouTube channel to get monetized. So that's what I've been doing for games. I played. I haven't honestly been able to. I don't have time to play other stuff than what I know. And again, it's like I'm doing it more of as a side gig than I am playing it. Just for the potential of making money off a different thing. But like outside of that, it was like a New World. Played a little bit of some roguelikes here and there. Balatro, Hades. I've watched a lot of games being played. I watch a lot of Twitch, just seeing people's reactions on stuff, analyzing games. Like I've been watching a lot of development for all the indie MMOs in development, Apogea, Monsters and Memories, Pantheon, all the classic WoW stuff, classic WoW hardcore. I wanted to play classic WoW, even the launch of it, but just timing was poop, and so I've barely played classic WoW. Outside of obviously being there at actual launch and playing it, vanilla WoW. So I think I have those. So I have the front attacks and the back attacks done, design-wise. Now the left and right that is getting difficult to see. We have fast and hits relatively low damage, but is potentially good for proccing. And then slow and hard hitting, but things need to be more stationary, or the second range check is going to fail. Like these could be debuff oriented things. And then the steel power is a questionable. Do I make steel power its own ability, or do I mingle it in here? kind of have to make it its own ability. Because you're stealing based on position. I could put it on, I could put steal power here on shift. I could make steal power an R3. And so it's a 0 damage effect, but improves your auto attack power for the next, 6 minutes, 5 minutes, or whatever. And now it actually refreshes the duration, which is nice. There's a previous problem I had where you had to kind of maintain almost 8 different buffs, which is kind of annoying. But now it's more. So you're using stamina, not dealing damage, but to improve your power long term. So that fits well there. Yeah, those are kind of solved. Hey, King. Haven't noticed you up for a while. Yeah, tune in. Yep, we're jumping along. So, I'm working on the rogue designs right now, and I've got the mechanics I wanted to add in, and that basically is one of two things. It's one, the same attack can apply a debuff, but stack it differently based on your position. And so my idea there is if I'm facing the front, I can hit shift and it does a bleed from the front. If I hit shift again and it hits, it just refreshes from the front. But if I bleed from the back, now it gets another stack. And same thing for the left and the right. So this goes along lines of the direction of the rogue is a very positional based character. Not just back, but also front, left, right, and back, right? Then I have your R is basically 12 abilities on one button. And the deal there is positional advantage. Positional advantage. So if my R1 in the front is different, than is going to be basically a single attack, R2 is a double attack, and R3 is a triple attack. So it's kind of faster attacks intended for soloing, but you have a good chance to, in the future, with like if I ever involve poisons or an enchanter, it's good for proccing things as well. Hold on, TT. I'm going to have to take a break. So the front side attacks are fast attacks, a little bit more efficient because they're intended for soloing, less so for in groups. And then the backstab is going to turn into a cast time, and they're going to be slow attacks, high damage, but they take more resources, they take more stamina, and they also are intended for like stationary targets. So if the target's moving, it's just going to move out of their way, and you're not going to be able to backstab in time, type thing. So it's like a little bit of a solo attack, and then a little bit of more stationary attack. And now I'm trying to figure out what the heck to do with right side and left side. Like, what is the identity of those spells? Because again, I'm going away from cooldowns, so at any given time you can spam one attack, and there needs to be something very specific intention of each of these abilities. Um, and so I've identified the front and the back as the intention of those. Backstabs raw damage, slow, cast time to backstabs. So it's like you can't really like spam it really fast, especially if you're trying to do like an R3 backstab. You have to have maybe a 2 or 3 second cast time for that R3 backstab, and then you have to rotate your ruins back to R3, and it's going to cost a lot of resources to do so. And then the front is basically multiple attacks and stuff that are a little bit more cost efficient, but good for proccing. And so now I need to understand what's the identity of a left side attack versus a right side attack. And then I also have, similar to the bleed, but reversed, I'm going to do a steel power thing on R3, where that's where you're kind of empowering your auto attacks. But I'm going to make this kind of like almost like a spellcaster thing. Like maybe the rogue becomes a spell thief instead of just a rogue, something like that. And we like just rebrand the class as something a little bit more different. And so the steel power basically you can stack it up to 4 times, both with your base and your crit. So and that obviously stacks just like it did with the bleed, but in reverse it does it on yourself. So you'll have a 4 stack of a buff on yourself and a 4 stack of a buff on crit as well, just to continue to empower your auto attacks. But it doesn't deal damage, so it's something that you kind of have to maintain. So it's a different. It's something you want to keep up, but it's not dealing damage to the enemy, so you're spending resources to maintain that. And I have a kiddo spamming me for waffle, 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 waffle. So I might have to make some pancake batter and make some waffles. Um, I think that's what she's asking for, at least. I'm not sure, but so I'll be back. This is probably gonna take like an hour. So I'll be back. And more rogue design. I'm going to be thinking about. I need to think anyways, right? So it's not that terrible to just take my mind off it. Well, I'm going to be thinking about it while I'm cooking. But sometimes when you're doing meaningless tasks, things start to click. And so we're getting there. And your crits too. So now I have it as because like the idea of your fast attacking character that you get more crits, and so your crits will now apply exposed weakness, which is lowering the target's armor. So if I crit in the front, exposed weakness stack. If I do it again, it just refreshes the stack. If I do it from the left, now we get another one, and then we get another one, and then we get another one. So your crits will apply exposed weakness and lower the target's armor. Did somebody mention waffles? I know. All right, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Sorry that took so long. Fortunately, we have one waffle maker, which isn't quite that big. And it takes about 7 minutes to waffle. So, yeah, it took a while. I also made too much, so I had like a gajillion extra waffles. Alright, so back to my design ideas. Um, Let me think. So I'm still trying to identify what. So one of the thoughts I had while I was making some waffles was integrating my system for bonus damage, where instead of only being from behind, it actually randomizes per enemy. Let's go to the stack component, because this whole rogue system gets a bit more interesting when it's randomized. So if I go to my damage calc, is it like back bonus? What did I call it? What did I call the bonus? Okay, it's not that one. Alright, so there's where I have the bonus here. So instead, I need to do a it would just be an enum, I think. Do a new variable. Call it whatever this is. What is this? Positional weak point, I guess we'll call it. Alright. When this starts up, or when the active component starts up on the AI, we're going to take this. I guess we'll make this an array. No. need a different weak point entries for now. Think of a better name later. This one's an array. Compile. We're gonna have 4. We're gonna have front, behind, left side, right side. Okay. And we're going to get a random item from here, and we're going to set this here. And it's going to be a rep notify. Which we then go to the AI master, because this is only being applied to AIs. And we need another interface. Set weak point. What did I call it? Weak point. Weak point. Direction. And it's going to be position. And then we only have to do this on the client. Get owner. Set weak point direction with this here. And all we need to do I need to make sure this is just an actual function. It's cleaner. And we're going to do the I think it's this guy. I think it's this one. And so when this updates, we're just gonna, let's just print this. So this is not only does this make it a little bit more interesting for the rogue, but it also makes you more pay more attention and changes up fights a little bit. Because maybe you fight a boss that has bonus damage from behind one time, which makes it easy, but then the next time the bonus damage is from the front, and maybe he has a bunch of frontal attacks, and it's not as easy. And so we will rotate, add local rotation. If it's behind, we do nothing, and left side, right side, and front. So decals are a little bit weirder, where they don't always like pivot on the z-axis. So let's try for the front, do -90. Like 180, and we got lucky, -180. Oh, I need to disable all the other enemies so I know what's what. left side. Okay. So it's not right. So whatever left side is for front. So left side is now there. And then we just go to negative 90, I think, in that case. And this maybe is 90. Behind. Okay, that one worked. I'm gonna have fun with RNG here. Left side. What? Did I do the wrong thing? Okay, what about 0 then? For some reason it's not allowing a negative turn. Maybe it's just 90. Maybe it's 90 and 270. Interesting. Forgot I can just respawn target dummies here. So front worked. Something's going wrong with the left side. So let's try maybe 270. Maybe I'm turning in the wrong way. I didn't even read. Let me. I need to make this longer. Okay, behind. Front. To do it. It's funny, I have RNG for you. I haven't gotten right side yet. Okay. So I wonder, so front worked. If we do 45. Okay, if we do 0, and we do 90 on here, what happens? Okay, so I think that's where I want to go. So 90 went from the back to the right. So that should be right side. So that one stays there. Front should be 180, and then left side 270. So it's front, and it's correctly in the front. Respawn. Left side. It's correctly left side. Right side's right side. Back should obviously work here, but just might as well make sure it's there. Good old RNG, 1 in 4 chances here. Left side. It's not going to take me too long, right? I was hoping to just get a quick little spawn and not have to change code to manually set it. But we're just going to sit and wait till we get it. Why not? Let's do it. There it is. Alright, there's the bonus. Alright, so now we have in our stat component in the change stat modify, if their position matches the weak point, we do positional bonus. If not, we go there. So this is a good addition. So now, again, adds a little bit of variance to fights, and sometimes you can get lucky, and like the positions, their weak points in your favor. Other times, not so much. So this was behind. So if we're attacking here, -7, -6, -6, -6. Now it's going up to 7 to 9. And then now over here it's more like 5 to 7. Right? I'll try the next one. Of course, it's now we're only getting behind, of course. Okay, so now we can turn on all of these as well. This one, an enemy. No, ally. Okay, perfect. So now, if we're going to behind, we're still at 7, probably 5 to 7, 6, 7, 7, and now this one should go to 7 to 9. There's 9, 6, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, same thing over here. 7. Should basically range from 5 to 7. And then over here, now we're getting 8s and 9s. Six, 5, 7, 5, 6, 9, 7, 7, 7, 6, 8, 7, 7. So 79 there, 68 there, 73, 70, 72, 85, 93, 97, 91, 95, 85, 68, 70, 72. It also creates a lot of like variance of like, oh, maybe the tank can do like good damage this time because, you know, its weak points facing him. So it's like, I don't know, it's a little bit of randomness that I like, but also makes you think about your stuff. So that was added pretty easily. That's really nice. So now kind of like the rogue has some nice bonuses sometimes. Like, oh, I want to use my left or right side attack potentially over my front side attack because the bonus is on the left side. So that's a nice little added system to the game. And so now I need to figure out, the other thing here is, if I go all the way down here, so shift right now is bleed, something, and empower. Q and E are also abilities I need to do that are off on their own. So I'm just trying to identify the correct theming around the left and right side attacks. So again, I'm working on my positional advantage button. And through the rotation and ruin system, it is 12 abilities in one button. And so because I have R1, R2, R3, basically I have R1 front, R1 left, R1 back, and then R1 right. And they can all be different abilities. And then R2 and R3, yada, yada, yada. So R1's going to be single attack, double attack, triple attack. Backsides are going to be very different variations of your backstab attack. The first one's obviously a little bit more catering towards helping you proc things, which will come into the future later on. The back one is high damage, high resource cost, but stationary attacks. So anything that's moving, you're probably not going to be able to get off on. And so now I need the intentions of what is a right side attack do and a left side attack do. And they can't be bleeds because I already have a positional based bleed that you can stack by using that bleed ability on different on each position against the target. And then I have a steel power ability. I'm trying to think of what is. And I already have like a armor reduction debuff. That's the crit. Whenever you crit something, you can crit something from each side to do an armor debuff. So I have that going for me already. I'm trying to not do any type of on-hit things. I want like procs and stuff to probably come from talents or equipment, those things. So I'm not moving into procs just yet. I want to be careful with snares. I think I still want snares to be more poison based. I don't want just a standard. You push the button and you snare something. I already have, and they have a small snare on their throw dagger. Sometimes I look at animations as well, trying to figure this stuff out. Like what type of animations can I think about? These things I'm kind of saving for the monk. Just trying to think. Like, there has to be a good intention for those attacks. So nothing in the form of like weird double hits, multi hits. Already covered bleeds. We have a kick for stun already. They could be some sort of builder, like combo point thing. I do have a system where you can they could apply stacks of something, and I could expel those stacks to do damage. And then maybe they don't. Their damage is kind of mediocre. So again, it's kind of like that. Let me look at my Ignite ability again from the mage. Okay, so I could have multiple tags here. And I could have them directionally based. So you could stack an R1 left to get a stack, an R2 left to get a stack, an R3 left to get a stack. And repeat the same on the right side. So they kind of do the same thing based on stacks. But you can get them higher by switching sides. And then the other abilities could use... Oh, thank you for the follow. Metallic Soul, how are you doing today? And then at least one ability could be using those stacks in different ways. So these are the stack generators, effectively. Well, thank you very much. What are you working on? Are you game dev? I always appreciate the support, man. You're building an indie MMO. It's a long journey. And yeah. Yeah, I'm just getting back into game dev. I want to write an MMO. I got skills prototyped and level requirements and such. Cool. What do you mean write an MMO? Do you mean like the story, or do you mean like build one fully? Yeah, so when you're doing, luckily, you came to the right stream, because I'm like one of the only ones that has this link. Go watch that, my friend. I have my complete tech stack and why you should do things and not do things. I also have, so I built my own game tech, right? So something to think about in the future is also this game architecture video. But basically, my big suggestion, right? Like especially if you're doing um, in the indie space, don't your storefront is your patcher and launcher. Don't build your own. Use Steam or Epic Game Store. I have a whole video also on my channel on why I use Epic Game Store. TLDR is money is good, and it lets you build a sustainable business with a small amount of people. Number two, consider not building your back end. I use PlayFab. There's probably others out there. There's probably like AWS has GameSparks, all that stuff. Use those instead of building your own back end. Use Epic Online Services. That allows you to tap into anti-cheat, voice over IP if you want that, friends list, all those things. My big thing is don't innovate new technology, right? And then, I mean, if you have 21 years of C++ development, you might be able to do this, but I highly suggest if you're staying indie and not trying to raise, $20 million, I would highly suggest not doing seamless worlds. I would stick to small levels, and basically one level is one server, and that server can run multiple instances of that level. Again, we use PlayFab for our back end, so we have like a 2-core, for testing, we have a 2-core server in the cloud, and we're still trying to figure out where our limits are on, as you probably know, there's software and hardware limits, and so the 2-core server running in the cloud, maybe it can run 1,000 people, but maybe Unreal Engine's dedicated server, executable, maybe it craps out at 250, and so you can have 4 instances of 250 people playing on one server in the cloud. Yada yada yada. I'm sure you know all this. Choose your engine wisely. I would look into. I'm not trying to be an Unreal fanboy, but look into the I'm a huge person for looking into MMO history. Look at all the MMOs that use their Unity and look at their development cycle and how well it went. Because it kind of has a huge graveyard of Unity-based MMOs right now. I'm trying to think of a MMORPG in existence that's like. I've been hesitant for a while, yeah. So I'm not trying to, there's only one MMO I can think of right now that's like somewhat, business successful. Maybe there's some that are just, done better, but like I know Pantheon uses Unity, but we all know Pantheon's had a very rough past in development. Obviously, when it comes to if you're doing seamless loading, you're gonna have to redo a different like networks netcode stuff yourself. And I always say that's like massive. That's not just massive. Seamless loading is not just massive engineering costs. It's massive content costs. It's massive QA costs. It's massive optimization costs. So, we're doing small levels that are fast to load, and the whole, one server per level or per zone. We're trying to push. We would love to have, it's EverQuest model, right? Like, just think EverQuest. Like, our Ruins of Tearyn is EverQuest and WoW had a baby with modernized quality of life features. So we believe in having a map and, things leash. We can see at nighttime, all those things. That's our take on the old school approach and creating new systems and things. But you think of like where are you coming from? Are you coming from EverQuest or WoW or? Ultima. Are you building an old school MMO, new or more modern MMO? Like I didn't even clarify that. What are you looking at? Hell yeah, I was going for a RuneScape WoW Internal Lands. Okay, so yeah, if you think of EverQuest or even maybe I think RuneScape kind of follows this model too. I'd have to double check, but at some point you have to load to a different zone. I can't remember how open RuneScape is. Um, when you do that load to a different zone, you transfer servers. And so if you have 5 million players, you're not trying to optimize servers um, to hold 5 million people on one server or something, right? It's always um, oh, there's 5 million people, but they're all spread across 20 zones, or whatever it is. And then you're doing WoW-based layering, and so all that stuff. And maybe you have a backup. If for some reason you have a super popular zone, you're going to have obviously layered versions of that zone, and people can pick and choose which one they want to join, or it's like overflow. If one gets full, another one opens. And then at some point, maybe there's like 8 instances of that zone open on one server, and then you have to you have a backup server going, something like that, Um, all these things. And so it's one of those things. Just I'm a big person for learn from all the mistakes of past MMOs, and don't repeat them. And anytime you try to the one of the biggest sword in the heart graveyard killers is these MMOs that try to create new technology, especially bleeding edge technology. And I could pick on Ashes of Creation right now because it's dead, but they were trying to do network mesh gridding, right? They were also trying to do that's like bleeding edge technology right there. Then they were trying to do multi-threaded networking. That's bleeding edge technology right there. And then you're trying to get those to work together. And that's also bleeding edge technology. So 3 bleeding edge technology things is obviously going to be massively expensive to do and get right. And so my biggest advice is don't do that. Build your MMO, don't build the technology. So like cut every corner you possibly can on tech, and just build your MMO. Focus on the game. And like us, like we still consider ourselves pre-production. We're not in alpha. We're not in beta. We test every month at the end of the month. Um, and I might actually I might change my schedule because every MMO right now, Indie MMO, is like testing at the end of the month, and so I need to offset myself from all the other MMOs. Um, I need to look at their schedules. Um, Stars Reach. I'm kind of pointing them out too. Like, hope the best for them, but they've had to raise $50 million to do their voxel-based world. That's replicated, right? That's very expensive to do. Um, it's a lot of those things that you have to keep in mind. And like we're kind of in like I think we're like a little bit past the pioneer stage of indie MMOs. And the Project Gorgon pioneer trying to do indie MMO that was actually successful, right? And they actually might have used Unity. I can't remember if they did or not. I think they used Unity. I know they have a lot of custom code from one of the interviews I remember. Um, but we have so much hindsight from all these kind of more pioneers making the indie MMO, and so we're like that in that indie MMO era. That's like right after the pioneers. Um, and I do think that the indie MMO is going to be like the next era of interesting MMOs because we just have so many more tools available to us and technology available to us that wasn't like I started using PlayFab in 2016, right? Um, that was before he was even acquired by Microsoft. Unreal Engine came out in 2014, or Unreal 4, that is. that was like viable to use. Did you ever see the indie MMO Gen Fanad? No, I have not. Gen Fanad MMO. Oh, Josh Strife Hayes did one on it. Did one of his little, I got ads. My Ruins of Tearyn account doesn't have YouTube Premium here. So it's like very RuneScape oriented. Looks interesting. How did you kind of experience it? That's another point. Look at Brighter Shores, right? The guy made his own engine, and it's taken a long time and very expensive to do. Um, so yeah, as I've caught you in your very early journey, um, know your MMO history, especially on the, like a lot of the failed projects. Unfortunately, didn't get as hooked as I expected. What for Brighter Shores or for Gen Finod? Gen Finod, yeah. It's hard, and that's kind of like on the design side of things. Don't try to recreate a game that you like an MMO, right? Everyone's played. Brighter Shores has been following since like 2013ish with Fen Research. Is that the company name? Fen Research? Was Fen Research? Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's the company. Yeah. Um, everyone's played Classic WoW. Everyone's played Classic RuneScape. Everyone's played Classic EverQuest. We're, those that genre of audience are looking for things inspired by that. But if you weigh too closely to those games, they're just gonna go back and play those classic games, which they're tired of, right? Um, so you have to find your core gameplay loop and your core systems. I'm not sure if you've watched my systems video yet, but we have our kind of like what we've kind of figured out through playtesting and stuff is we want a slow-paced combat, and I've come up with this system of rotation ruins. So as you auto attack, your ruins change, and your abilities change based on your ruins. And so, and then every 5 auto attacks, your ruins turn red, so you have a critical ability. And so, a lot of the pacing is based on your auto attack speed. And then, so basically you have 8 buttons, but you have potential of 40 abilities on those 8 buttons. And the rogue even has even more. I'll get that into a little later, but because you have R1, shift. Oh, yo. Thank you for the sub. Yo, thank you. That's amazing. Oh, you just said ad. So yeah. So like I was saying, you want to find your core systems, right? And so um, we have our rotation ruin combat. Every time you auto attack, you get your runes rotating, and your abilities change based on R1, R2, or R3. And um, and so like I don't have it set up on this character right now, but your 8 buttons at the bottom could potentially be 48 abilities because you have your shift R1, shift R2, shift R3, and then shift crit 1, shift crit 2, shift crit 3, and you get a crit every 5 auto attacks. And the rogue's even crazier because it's positional. So you have your R1 front, your R1 left, your R1 back, and your R1 right, which is like the design I'm working on right now. And then your R2 front, your R2 left, your R2 back, your R3 right. So You know, it get and then I want you to be think this is a game where the big thing I say is in back in like StarCraft, Warcraft days, um, that's the time where APM was the craziest, right? The actions per minute, and you're getting like 100, 200 actions per minute on these pro players. And I'd argue that MMO combat has gotten to those same levels because you're basically, you know, face rolling your hand across the keyboard, pushing your button rotation. And it's gotten so bad that WoW themselves have introduced a one button rotation button that you spam that one button to do your rotation, right? And even in New World, like I liked a lot of things about New World, but guess what? Like my hand was getting carpal tunnel from having to spam click my auto attack because it was an action combat game and there was no auto attack. So I'm trying to change that from actions per minute game to a thoughts per minute game, which is much more in line with strategy games. I used that a bit ago because I didn't know how to use my abilities. Yeah. Um, and so in the strategy game world, you know, to make a strategy game not boring, you have to make the player think about what they're doing, what they're going to do, and then what they're going to do after that. It's very easily described through chess. You're not just thinking about what's in front of you, you're thinking about your next move, and the move after that, and the move after that. And so that's how we're trying to add combat and skill depth. And so resource management, you're thinking about that. Your position against the target, I just introduced randomized weak points. So this one has 20% damage bonus from the front. This one has 20% damage bonus from the back. And then this one has 20%. This one's back again. But, you know, it can be left, right. So you have to think about your position against the target, your environmental awareness, all these things. And then you're planning your abilities in the future, what you're going to use next. And you have to think about it, right? And you have to think about what state your ruins are at. Are they critical? When do you want to use your critical? Do you want to use it now? Do you want to wait for it? There's stagger systems, so if the monster's about to be staggered, you want to get your like R3 crit ready to and you know use it on that weak point to maximize your damage. So it's like making sure it's a very thoughts per minute type game. Then we have our Registry of Chronicles, which is we basically merged questing and achievements together. And so instead of having to go to a quest hub and get a quest to kill 10 bears, you just go kill 10 bears and you get a reward. You know, right now it's all just experience based, but in the future, you know, you could be a cleric, go to kill 100 undead, and now you get the smite undead spell as a cleric. It's all like class specific rewards and personal loot. And it also goes into the social aspect because maybe you don't need any loot from the undead bosses in a certain area, but you do need to progress your undead, you know, reward track. And this is also a leaderboard. It goes back to PlayFab. We have PlayFab has a leaderboard system, so you know, always fun to have ways to compete in PvE on things. And then it's obviously for exploration as well. Explore all these different places. And so, like right now it's XP, but in the future, items, loot, abilities, all these things. Then that goes right into our camp system, which is, so here's a world map. And so you pick and choose the different camps you kind of want to go to, right? And then they spawn 3 to 5 different bosses, and that's the game loop. You group up with your friend, and like how we kind of split up the WoW and EverQuest influences. Outdoor zones are much more influenced by WoW. They're kind of laid back. They're casual, solo, duo, trio friendly. You can kind of like use your stuff to split camps, so you can solo at these things. The initial bosses aren't too hard. You can mostly kill them with like 2 or 3 people. But then dungeons are more EverQuest influenced, and that's where like, okay, you probably want to get a group. You want to know what you're doing. Want to be prepared with consumables, that type of thing. If you wipe, you might not get your camp back that you're sitting at. Maybe someone else takes it. You know, these things. You're gonna lose if you wipe. You're gonna lose the consumables you had on you, or like that you used. And so that's our trio of systems that already is making Ruins of Tearyn really stand out as its own. And we've kind of figured out that core gameplay loop is actually really it's fun. These and then we can just continue to add depth to it, continue to add content to it. I can add more bosses, more loot. I have a crafting system, more crafting features and trade skill features. You know, going to be implemented. We're very much about the journey type game too. So like, the thing you get from this level 10 to 14 Earth Elemental camp might be a like the Hammer of Rejuvenation, might be a crafting material in a more higher level recipe. So like you might as well go make sure you get your proper item drops while you're leveling for your future self in the higher levels. Yeah, building on older materials. Yep. And then the last system on top of that is actually a trade skill system. Metamorphosis allows you to build crystals. And those crystals allow you to increase the levels of these camps. And so you might be level 15 at level 10 to 14 camp. These are all level 10 to 14 camps. And so now you might be level 15, use 5 crystals. Now the monsters are 15 to 19. And now they drop, better loot, better experience. And at some point, we don't have this in yet, but the bosses that spawn will be fabled versions of themselves that are much harder and drop better loot, like more enhanced versions of our loot. And so, that's the type of thing that, like, you can tell we're kind of, I think you can really feel the influences from EverQuest and WoW, but we're still our own thing. And we're trying to be, yeah, it's a good way to stop den content. It's actually fantastic. Like, our other zone is the newbie yard, and that stops at level 8, right? And this zone starts at level 10. But you can obviously, farm easy stuff at level 8s, or you can upgrade them. Once you upgrade to 9, they start to drop greens, right? And so you immediately start to experience the benefits of doing the plus stuff. But you can really feel the difference, that stuff. Like, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I'm level 8. I'm starting to be able to clear everything out. I'm almost like clearing the camp and like having some time for respawn. So I upgraded a little bit, and then it's like, oh shit, like now I'm starting to die a little bit here and there. I got to be careful, And then the bosses are harder, obviously, too. So it's like you're like risk versus or speed versus reward. And so yeah, that's like think about. What are those core gameplay system that you're looking for, and the core gameplay loop that you're looking for? Because niche MMOs are where it's at, right? Like, you're never going to build. If you become as big as a so-called MMO, or like WoW, great. But plan on just being a niche MMO with niche mechanics for a core, identify your core audience and build something for them. And it's already proven that there's a market for like the Pantheon people, the Adrulan online adventures, Monsters and Memories. There's this core group of players that are interested in like that slower paced EverQuest styled MMO, and those are the people I'm looking to tap into. And so far, with some of our playtests, we've had people hang out and play for like 20 hours on a single character, and they didn't even get level 20. So, um, it's basically there. We just need to add more content, more classes, refine classes, build out the Registered Chronicles more. Our characters are obviously always do some sort of stylized character art. Never go realism art in an MMO, because you're just gonna flop, or your stuff's gonna get dated very quickly and look kind of terrible. So always go stylized. Again, just knowledge from past MMOs. You also want to be super optimized, so that goes into being stylized, and it's easier to run. These are obviously always my opinion, but right now I'm not sure if I want to make an ability-based combat system or I want to do an RS-based take-like combat system. But I do want player-owned housing, instance areas, maybe towns as well off the main map. Yeah. It's always hard to figure things out, and my biggest suggestion is always like, always suggest building things out, like especially indie MMOs. Build it in public and get playtesters in as soon as you can. Start building the audience. Start doing devlogs. Um, always reference Elegon. I don't know if you watch Elegon stuff. But like he's just he's destroying it right now, and in his progress in his channel. Like this is so big to have this. Um, I think he does playtest or something. I think it's maybe his Patreons get the playtest or something. I don't know, but the fact that he's got and he grew this like in 3 to 5 months or something. He grew to from like a few hundred to 4K is crazy. Um, and he's still very early in his stuff, but like his content creation stuff is killing it. Because I'll tell you from my first-hand experience, it's very hard to get playtesters into your game. Um, I've been trying to stress test for a long time, and I haven't been able to get playtesters in. With that note, a lot of people are put off by the Cinti Studio characters because they're such a widely used dev asset. And this is like the Cinti Studio characters. Now, this is the character I'm working on, which is like still very early. It's been like it was less than a week I did this in, but trying to do stylized, elevated, low poly. These weapons and stuff are obviously Cinti Studios, but trying to do very stylized, trying to get like anatomy lines with the polygons, little cell shading, outline, trying to figure things out a little bit. And so, getting there. That's my biggest problem. Yeah, I'm not a 3D modeler, dude. So, I think if you add quality of life and speed of gameplay, it'd be a lot more tolerable, inviting. It's not the Cinti for me. Yeah, no, it's absolutely that's the plan, right? And so, what's quality of life features did you feel like you were missing, Spell? And like so, Spell, I think you actually came in and played the game, and that comment I made was for the people that won't even do that. They'll see the characters, and they don't even like try and download it or play it because of the Cinti Studio characters. So I'm super happy that you can look past those things. But there's a lot of people out there that won't. And I've gotten this comment several times. I've literally like, I think I was on the Unreal Engine live stream. If you didn't know, Metallic MMO inside Unreal. I went on the I could not find this. What? Oh, here it is. So when I went on this stream, I got comments, and even on my own stuff, other content I've done, or even a Discord, Twitch chat, these things, I've heard it several times of, let me know when the Cinti Studio character's gone. I like almost word for word gotten that quote. Quality life is a big word, but de facto was the lack of direction. Wasn't sure what was interactable or how to interact. Lack of sounds. Very basic menu. Escape doesn't close pop-ups. I think the first 30 seconds are very confusing as to what, where, who. That's sort of by design. I'm trying to not handhold, right? That's one of the things of this type of game is not handholding you and trying to promote you to just explore and feel things out. That's why you start off in like a town where there's a target dummy I can go whack something on, right? And use my first spell and see how it is. As soon as, and then like, there's trees and foliage everywhere. Can I walk up to it and chop it down? Oh, I can, right? So it's trying to teach the game without a tutorial, without a menu pop-up, without something to read. It's trying to promote, and then like the first thing you walk out of is that big kind of tower with a floating gem. It's like, oh, what's up there? It teaches you exploration a little bit. Um, and you know, I did fix some of the escape pop-up stuff. I'll look into which ones. Um, if you want to avoid pop-ups and/or hand-holding for the very least, you need UX expensive. Yeah, I mean, again, those things will come. A lot of those things are just so low priority, right? Like this is pre-production. We haven't even worked on this, part-time for a year and a half. So a lot of those things, like you're correct on, lack of sounds, right? The basic menu, a lot of those things will improve over time. They're just very, 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 very low priority. Like I've been saying to Metallic, like our core thing is to figure out the game loop and make that game loop the best it can be. Um, and so that's why I'm trying to actually get classes that feel unique to Ruins of Tearyn. And so I had to finish the rogue. I didn't get to finish the rogue, didn't get to finish the archer. So I had to finish those. And then I have a whole list of polished stuff to do. Um, I have a whole bunch of polished stuff to do that I want to do a pass on. And that might be it this month. I'm not sure. Because I have to work on a separate project as well. But yeah, there's some of that is by design. Some of that I completely agree that it could be better. Sound effects I'm also very limited on. It's very hard for me. Like I have a small pool of marketplace assets, but the games industry is kind of terrible, right? So I've been out of a job for like a year and a half at this point. So there's certain limitations. Like I can't put money into the project. I can only put time into the project. So there's just certain realities of it. Yeah, it's not a funded project. We're trying to. I've invested a lot more time since February, and up until that point, it was very light changes here and there that we could do. We're applying for jobs. We have like 3 different projects we're trying to get funded. Whichever one lands, great. We'll work on that. Whatever pays the bills. I have mega grants pending this month. That could be huge. We'll find out this month, potentially in like a week or two, if we get one or not. I'm not holding my breath though, because they're very hard to get now. They were easier to get when I was in the earlier days when the fund was still kind of fresh and they had their fresh Fortnite cash to throw around. It's a lot harder to get them now. Outside of that, it's just like it's when you take on building an MMO, it's just a long-term game, right? So it's just a long-term project. And for us, it's obviously, like I've mentioned several times, it's a double product for us. Unreal's installed. Nice. Yeah. Yep. Takes some time getting used to, but you know. Does anyone else in the chat know like what are the successful Unity MMOs that exist out there? Like the ones I know of are obviously Monsters and Memories, Pantheon, and Project Gorgon. I think those ones use use Unity. Obviously, they've had some challenges through development. I wouldn't say Monster Memories necessarily have challenges because they're also unpaid staff. Yeah, define successful. There you go. And so, um, like I kind of rambled on about, like know the past. And like right now, you have even like Unreal, right? A lot of the Asian MMOs use Unreal, but they're still building their own netcode, right? So I use out of the box Unreal netcode, but that's because I'm doing a per level, per server, type architecture. So it's acceptable in that standpoint. And I might have to deal with only having 1 to 200 people per instance. I'm hoping that over time we can push that to like 5 to 800, but that might be a pipe dream. And right now I'm only a blueprint code project too. That's another factor. I haven't had a reason yet to go to C++. I've only used blueprint. And so at some point, there's obviously likely going to be optimizations I can dive into through C++. There's a lot of Unreal Engine features as well I haven't tapped into yet. I know the mass system is likely something I'll tap into eventually, but I know there's a lot of setup stuff, and I don't know if it's fully unlocked with blueprint code stuff yet. But the mass is basically Unreal's ECS stuff, and that could obviously provide some potential performance gains for AI and characters moving around and things. All right, so I think my idea here with the rogue, one of the buttons, potentially Q or E, they might be, so these left side and right side attacks could be builders, like basically combo point builders, sort of. And then on Q and E, we have combo point spenders. In different flavors potentially. This could be where I introduce poison. But it feels a little weird to have. All right. I need AFK a second. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Define success. Yeah, define successful. It's like my operating system project I have in C and assembly. At least boot into 32-bit protected mode, lol. It's a long project. Yeah. So this is like just feels like overdone. Maybe one of these could be a combo point spender. And these feel a little bit flat if they're only I could make the rogue like shadow and poison theme. So like left side equals shadow, right side equals poison. And so left side applies shadow stacks, right side applies poison stacks, and then left side you have spenders, shadow, poison, or something. Poison, nice, poison. I'm a little bit thematically. I'm a little stuck. Do I make the rogue have these elements, or do I make the rogue purely melee and physical? And because this could be an entirely different class with shadow and like poison stuff. Poisons I think are kind of guaranteed, but a rogue and a shadow rogue could be very different classes. Kind of like going back to my idea of my mages is there's going to be, hello Marcus, how are you doing? My mages are going to be like a fire mage can go into like magma magic or smoke magic, and blue flames could be healing a fire-based healer, and then you're going to have a shadow mage, which is only shadow spells and different variations of that. A water mage is going to go into classifications of like mist and ice and stuff, so very element focused. And so I think the rogue itself should still be focused on more melee damage and not cross too much into shadow. So I'm going to cross shadow off for sure. I think I am going to not do poisons. I think this rogue is going to be stuck to bleeds and physical damage. I could have the bleeds just be the spenders that you do. That's probably what I'm going to do somewhere. Bleeds could equal to combo points. We could also have expose weakness equal combo points as well. So there's ways to proc off both of these. I like that a lot. And that's good because you're basically removing a potential physical damage. You're doing a bursty thing with exposed weakness, but you're also removing that. So it's kind of like you only want to do that at the end of the target's life or when they're almost dead. We're doing good here. We're doing our rogue. We've got some couple things in. I've got the mechanics in that I need for the rogue. Now I'm trying to identify the design. And the thing that gets crazy here with the rogue is I made an ability called positional advantage. And so it uses a different ability based on your direction to the target. And what that means is on just your R, you have 12 different abilities. So R1 front R1 left, R1 back, R1 right, and then R2 front, R2 left, R3 back, R2 whatever. So I'm trying to figure out the for the frontal is a bit more obvious. It's mostly first intended for when you have to solo. Yeah, 12. I know, right? That's not even including the fact that you could have R1 crits as well. But I'm trying to keep my critical abilities mostly just upgraded versions of the original for simplicity's sake. So technically, it's 24 abilities on just one button. But in your head, it's not really holding much space because you just know your crit version of that spell is going to be just the same thing but stronger. So the frontal ones are going to be like a single attack, and then R2 is a double attack, R3 is a triple attack. And the idea there is they're good for proccing spells. They're clearly intended to be for soloing and stuff, giving you some sort of option there for soloing. And it's kind of like makes you feel a little bit nimble for being a rogue. And then obviously being good with procs. And so eventually you'll get some other procs, whether it's through your spells, through your attacks, whatever. Abilities, but then obviously there's other buffers in the game like Enchanter that give you procs, and so if you're with Enchanter, your frontal attack ability will be really good. It'll synergize really well with the Enchanter because you can either proc damage or proc stagger. So there's some synergies there that can come together. And then the backstab is going to be effectively a very slow casting, not like 1 to maybe or 2 to maybe like 4-second cast. That's high damage, high resource cost. But the monster has to be stationary. So if the monster's moving a lot, it might just run out of your range by the end of the cast. So, so I'm trying to identify the left side attack and the right side attack. What is the purpose of those right now? Because in my combat system, I have to have good like not just thematic, but good what's the word I use? Intention for each ability, because you won't have a lot of cooldowns in the game. So at any point in time, you can use the best damage ability. So it can't just be another damage ability. It has to be, there has to be a purpose to it, you know? So backstab's high damage, high resource cost. It's like, time specific, but the monsters, it wouldn't be useful if the monster's moving around. The frontal has a clear use of, it's in front of you, you're soloing, you probably, and then it helps you proc stuff. And so the left and right ones, I need to understand the intention to those. I've created a passive already because the rogue is as a dueling class, and you basically, you're going to get more crits, right? Because you attack faster. So every time you crit, you get you apply expose weakness on the target. So you get it 1 stack from the front. If I do it again, it still stays at 1 stack, but then if I do it from the right side, increases the stack, back increases the stack, and then the right increases the stack. And the same thing goes for a bleed. I can apply a bleed from the front. If I try and do the bleed again, just refreshes it, but then I can go from left side. I can start stacking my bleed. So it's a very positional based class, and you can see the damage is increasing. So I already have 2 debuffs. So I think I can integrate something that basically uses these as basically combo points. Um, and so I'm going to scrap the idea of like the poison shadow. I do want to stay within a very physical oriented DPS class on this guy. So I could have like the bleed spenders and the expose weakness spenders. It doesn't quite help me with left side, right side stuff. And now I have it so every time a monster spawns, it actually randomizes its weak point. So before it was always from behind, you get 20% more damage. Now it's wherever the targeting shows up. So they can be weak from the left side, the front, the back, you know, all these things. So that kind of has the tiniest little bit of randomization and changing of how a fight might go. But yeah, so I like the combo point system already. Hmm. Hmm. I really want to solve this. It gets kind of hard. It really does. It comes down to the whole fact of trying to just because of the system I have, the systems I have in place, and like just really having good intention with each damaging attack. Um, it's like basically every attack has to have a bit of a pro and con. Like even with the frontal attacks, you can do multiple attacks, which could be good for proccing, but you're in front of the target. Does the target cleave? Do they have area effect frontal attacks? All these things. Um, so I feel like this is pretty. This has potential here to have those two abilities done. Um, as far as like a sense of direction with what they do. Um, hmm. I technically could put the bleed spenders on the bleed ability as R2. That makes a bit more sense. Um, Steel power. So I have one of the ability that stacks as you use it is steel power, and that basically makes your auto attacks hit harder. And it's a buff you can maintain over time. Um, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Start some rice. I love rice cookers. Okay, let's see here. So we have two potential combo point things. I kind of like bleed spenders. They're very specific use cases. Plus, they can be kind of stronger too, because they're kind of weak if you don't stack a lot of your bleed. So, it's kind of nice there. Now I don't know how I'm going to have to add code to make this more group. Like if we have two rogues in the group, how does that work? But maybe maybe you can cooperatively stack them. I don't know. And then one person can use the spenders on them. I don't know. We'll have to see how they'll play that out. I like the idea of steel power and maintaining a buff that like increases you are supposed to be an auto attack champion. That's one thing I haven't done is like attack speed things. I don't want to have too many attack speed multipliers though. Because that like right now the rogue already like hits your runes rotate really fast. So it can be a little bit difficult to sometimes use the ruins you want to use because you only have about a second and a half to use it at the right moment. There could be a unique mechanic where every time you rotate through your ruins, you get some sort of bonus. That would be a new mechanic that other classes don't get. Because you rotate through your ruins so much faster. That could be steel power in its own right. But that seems like it's just a little bit too free. I'm not sure. You do have to position yourself properly. It could be it could be just not every 3 rotations. It could just build up over time. Um, hmm. Oh, sometimes I do this where I don't forget to start the damn rice. I'll be right back. didn't forget this time. Okay. So every X rotations, you could get a empower. Maybe you automatically steal power. And so it's up to you to make sure you're in the right place at the right time to steal power. And that'll increase your stacks. It's kind of a nice feature. It kind of goes back to I think I'm going to try that just for the sake of feeling that out. Because I haven't done that type of system with the rotation ruins yet. So I need the player master. Hello, this. Hi. What am I making? I am making a indie MMORPG. It is inspired by EverQuest and World of Warcraft. We always say it's EverQuest and WoW had a baby, but with modernized features. And so we have a lot of content on our YouTube channel there on an overview of our systems. We have 3 core things, and I'll just very quickly go over them. We have rotation ruin combat, and this is just a test level. We're making it on Unreal Engine. And I have a whole, on my channel, I actually have a whole tech stack video, if you're a fellow dev. It's that one there. It kind of describes all our tech that we use. I previously created Vertical Third, which I built from 2019 to 2022. It's a whole game architecture. And so obviously I built it in the mind in the future one day making an MMO. So we have 3+ years. We've maintained it a little bit since our game architecture kind of figured out. Then we use Unreal Engine or the Epic Game Store as our patcher launcher, Unreal Engine as our game engine, Vertical Third as our game architecture, PlayFab as our database, and dedicated servers. So we've got a lot of our tech stuff figured out. But the quick and simple thing is we have rotation ruin combat. So as you auto attack, your ruins change at the bottom. That will basically alter your what your abilities do on your bar. And so you don't just, when you have push your shift button, you don't just have one button, one ability. You have your R1 shift, your R2 shift, and your R3 shift. And then every 5 auto attacks, you also get a critical ability. I wish I could use one real Unreal Engine, but my computer can't run it. It's too bad and slow. Once your game is published, I need to check it out. Absolutely. And White, we actually do play testing at the very end of every month. And so if you want to join, just get the Epic Game Store. I'll link my the page, which I should be doing already. But that is, if you want to wish list and stuff, that's where you can wish list. And then again, just you can join our Discord or check back in a little bit on when we are playtesting. Usually at the end of the month. And so, and my game's pretty optimized too. So we have some pretty old computers that my kids have, and even my Perforce server and stuff is they're 7 years old or so, and they can run the game. Yeah, no, we're always trying to stress test. So, let people know, pull in friends if you can. It's these games are always obviously better with more with friends and stuff. So, because we do have a little bit of a social aspect of things. So, but we've had people come in and play for 20 hours. I didn't even hit level 20 yet. So, there's a good amount of kind of experience and what I do when we do playtest, I also turn my stream on and I also spectate my players, and so you get to kind of be on be on Ruins of Tearyn camera and all that shenanigans. And sometimes we use that footage in our YouTube videos and things. And like we have our Discord here. I'll show you. But we had like I'd always like. Oh, we have introductions. Cool. Oh, it's metallic. Cool. I'll read that later. Like we have R2 screenshots and videos here, you know. So I followed my players around, got screenshots of them, got a meme. We have a power potion in the game, and Gestra. Um, there's two people like being hilarious, and they were finding content that were like way over their heads, and they were able to do it. There were two archers cutting around being silly. So like little memes, photos of people. Me and Menglaren soloed the Vermilion butt lug. Took us a few attempts. Yeah. There's Gestra getting some spider loot. There's some cool screenshots of people. You know, so it's a lot of fun. Some of them are really good. The one up here I love. Like these ones are cool. These ones are nice. There's one. Where's the one I always use? Yeah, these ones. I love this one. This one's really cool. But yeah, so I like have a lot of fun with my development, right, and my players and testers. Okay, I'm working on a game that I need to use an Unreal Engine 5, but I'm saving up for a good computer that can run it on. Yeah, that's always good. Always look for things that can help you run the engine too. Like if you turn off real time on the engine, it can save you a lot of performance stuff. And you can also go to your settings too and turn engine scalability and put it very low. This does affect how some of your models and stuff and materials will look in the game, but it allows you to run the engine. I've been there, right? Like when I started my journey in 2015, I had like a 5 to 7 year old laptop I was using. It was a gaming laptop, luckily, but you know, Unreal 4 was definitely running kind of harsh on it. So yeah, I've been there. Okay, so what type of game are you working on? So I have the bleed spenders. I could convert one of the obvious answers is convert it into a bigger bleed. Um, and one could just be a explosion or something. A Roblox game at the moment, and the one that is currently that I just have scripts of is a game that I need for Unreal Engine. Okay. Are you open to sharing like what type of game it is, or is you guys still kind of under the hood? Yeah, it's kind of under the hood. Okay. Um, yeah, I think those are good there. Oh yeah, so I'm working on this new mechanic I thought of for this rogue. Roblox game is you have to escape the zombies and also eliminate them to gain money. Okay, cool. I mean, zombie games are always good. Um, player master. Okay, player master. So we're going to have a new mechanic when we increment. The rotation ruins. Where did I do it on input maybe? Okay, so here we're going to, oh shoot. Okay, so I need to make an interface. Call. Let's go to player. And this one's going to be RT increment or like rotation ruin set trigger, I guess we'll call it. Thank you for the hearts too. The general game is called Strike Team 1, and it's kind of like there's defending team and invading team, and there's one round, so it's like really realistic. There's guns, there's shops. Cool. I like that. I always thought like in like some of the shooter games, right? Like take the simple game of capture the flag. Um, it always is a struggle because you always need people to either attack or defend. And that creates this kind of like boring gameplay for the defenders. I always thought that if they made a capture the flag game that was almost Counter-Strike style, where one time, you reverse positions. It's like some people have to capture the flag, some people have to defend the flag, and then it flips at some point, and that's the rounds. So, and I actually enjoyed one of my favorite battlegrounds in World of Warcraft was, and this kind of might give you um, this might gives you some different like ideas or inspiration. Let me find a announcement. Well, I can't find a simple video on Strand of the Ancients. Maybe this is a good video. This sort of talks about it, but it's sort of in line of what you're talking about. Obviously, in a WoW setting, it can be vastly different, but that was used to be one of my favorite battlegrounds. Is Strands of the Ancients, um, and it has one team that literally has to push into a base. Whoever sets the first team sets the time to beat, and so I think it's a maximum of 15 minutes or something. And so the first team, tries to push through. There's all these siege weapons and stuff um, that you can get and upgrade, and then you push through. And like the first team that plays is obviously the attackers. The attackers will set, whatever time they set, um, whatever time they set. So like the maximum time is 15 minutes. But if they beat it, if they break in and defeat your base in 8 minutes, then it flips, and the other team has to beat 8 minutes. If they do, they win. If they don't, they lose. That type of thing. And if both teams fully defend, it's a draw. So it's always it's always good to like see what other games did. Now they've since removed it apparently from WoW, so there is no more Strands of the Ancients in World of Warcraft. But it's kind of like it's in the realm of things you're trying to do there. So it's always interesting. Obviously, in the context of an MMO, could be vastly different than just a shooter, because there's a relatively large map too. All right, going back to the interface, ruin set trigger. Okay. Um, which then goes. We'll just do this for now. No. Then we go to the player. Whatever. Save. Compile. Now we go to the rogue. Open up its class. We're going to override the ruin set trigger. Maybe I have to do. Okay, rotation ruin set trigger is here. So I'm overriding this. And we're going to, I can just pull the targeting, get enemy target, and we're going to cast on it spawn actor from class. Actions, get actor trans location, get actor rotation, yoink, yoink. Always spawn or collisions. The target actor, this is going to be here. This is going to be, what is it, steel? What did I call it? Power front. Owner lines as players. I don't think we need any of those. Rotation rune count. I also don't think I need that. I think that might work. Let's just print this, see if it works. Empower. The channel that I'm on right now, I'm starting to post videos about my games if you want to look at those. Okay, cool. I'll throw you a follow. I'll subscribe. Hey, I think the guy that made like what Lethal Company started on Roblox. Like, you know, it's a great place to start. You know. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, I didn't finish the setup. So, actor component input, get owner. Set rotation. Not quite working. Oh, owner is self. That might fix it. Alright. One's kind of interesting. Refreshes, but then if I'm on this side, refreshes again. Different sides. Alright, alright, alright. So I think what I'll do is it's kind of permanent at this point. So I need to probably change the duration to no longer be, since it's automatic. Now it can't be 600 seconds. Now it needs to be more like 10 seconds maybe. And then I think what I'll do is do I make it so it's only every other? I don't know. For now, I'm going to leave it here and just let it sit. It's kind of a nice little bonus as you rotate through stuff. And it starts to make me get in that mindset, and my players in that mindset of the potential of the rotation rune system. So now you completed a rotation rune set, and now you're getting different effects for completing a set. Which kind of adds some depth and flavor to the rotation rune system. And then you kind of have to, it's per mob now, and because you don't have to actively do it, but it's really just making you want to be on the different positions of a target in different ways. Oh, and I missed a few times there, so I think it ran out. Okay. Maybe. Why does it keep falling off? That could be unrelated to this. It could be related to a different bug I'm having, which I need to polish. Alright, so for now, I'm going to stick it to about 30 seconds. Just until I have a different bug I need to fix related to debuffs and buffs falling off and not being re-added properly. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that in the game and let it cook. So Steel Power is also sort of a passive. So I've had another iteration of rotational ruin mechanics. Um, all right, White. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out and checking out my stream. So this is kind of cool. Now it's not going to be described anywhere, unfortunately. Um, I could make a fake passive. Um, that's basically the describes it, but doesn't do anything. So if I went to passives, and then I duplicate this passive, Steel Power, and we'll do this to I probably can't do this. I'd have to have a I guess I could do blocked or parried or something, because I don't think the rogue ever blocks for now. Oh, I could just put the active end. I could put it to anything and just put the activate chance at 0. Tags, we're going to just clear that. I could also put none or like do not activate. This becomes Steel Power. All right, and then on this one, I just clear this, clear that, so nothing actually happens. Not that it will. But then on the kits, I can go to the newbie rogue and just add passive steel. So this should show it, but it's never going to actually activate. Steel Power. gain a damage buff for your auto attacks after a completed rotation set. This effect can stack up to 4 times based on your position against the target. Front, back, left, right. Expose weakness. When you critical strike, reduce the target's physical resistance. This effect can be stacked up to 4 times to a critical hit on the front, back, left, and right side of your enemy. Yeah, so this idea of like the next iteration of this rotation ruin system is a rotation ruin set is 1 through 3. Once you reset to 0, is a completed set, and now we can have different effects and triggers through equipment and combats, through different systems. So it's kind of interesting. That's a nice little, like, tiny little trigger that I've kind of iterated on. It's kind of nice. I like that. It's like, it's a good thing, it's a bad thing, because that means I have more abilities to spend to do now. So the expose weakness thing, I think a button. I think expose weakness is definitely a spender of some sort, or a combo point thing of some sort. I just need to understand how I'm going to utilize that properly. So like R1 could be like damage. It could be, you could like amplify it to do like another effect of like maybe it turns into amplified damage. Grants more physical reduction. It uses your previous stacks, but then applies a bigger one as well, and then you can restack the original. So I'm thinking a little bit. EW. I don't know what EW is. W. I'll be right back in a second here. All right, I'm back. The rice was ready. So to feed my kiddo and get some beans for myself. All right. So I'm pretty happy with both of the bleeds. I think it's just pretty. We'll start pretty obvious. Um, you know, convert to a big bleed, and this one is just bonus damage. I can execute. This is like big damage requires bleed investment. So shift's kind of figured out. And then Q is no longer a bleed spender. Excuse me. We have expose. E can be an expose weakness spender. And then technically Q could be an empower spender. And that's the or a steel power spender. So you're maintaining a bunch of random buffs and debuffs that you can use as your so-called combo points. And it is kind of an auto attack class, so it's like you're always trying to build up these things. And Q as a combo point spender for steel power is really good because you automatically get steel power to use. Now, what I would like to see this as is, I could probably just set it up as a purge. But the utilizing the stacks would be different. This could require a bit of extra code. So this would technically be here. And high damage is always on R3. The lower the damage, the more, the lower it is on the kind of R1, R2, R3. So let's see here. So this could be, because we're talking about buffs at the moment, This could be like attack speed buff. Maybe a dodge buff. It's kind of interesting. And attack speed would probably be down here. Dodge buff could be here. And then something here. These could be just self buffs because you're like removing a buff to get a self buff. So dodge buffs, attack speed buff, a parry buff wouldn't quite make sense. I could do a move speed buff here. So they have kind of like an evasion, kind of a sprint, kind of, and an attack speed buff. That's not bad. So you have like defensive, offensive, utility. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I kind of like that. There's a lot of options, which is what the whole point of the system is about. And then expose weakness now. So we have our shift figured out. We have our Q figured out. The E, so expose weakness. We replace it with the better one so we can stack more. And then we have damage explosion of some sort. I could maybe make this like AoE. That could be something. And that makes it a little bit different from a few things. But doesn't make much thematic sense. So to think about that. We're almost there with the rogue. I could put a stagger here. I could put stagger here. Like you've exposed the weakness, and now you get to stagger in some way. And it's like a very off situational thing. And you're obviously investing into it, right? Like you have to first expose the weakness through crits other ways, and then you can apply the stagger. And that stagger will be amplified based on how many exposed weakness stacks there are. So it's kind of thematically in that line of a rogue, finding your weak point and then studying you through it. It's not terrible. It might be something I just go with for now and just feel it out in a playtest. And so I think I'm just going to go with that for now. And just see how it feels. And this is kind of done. This is done. And so the final thing I have is my positional advantage attack. And the left side and right side need some sort of thing. So what is that thing? There could be evasive attacks, like an attack that strikes and you shoot yourself back a bit. Um, but I think that would just feel a little awkward. It would need to be a different button for that type of thing. Otherwise, I think mechanically it'd feel weird. And oopsies, things could happen where you don't want them to. Um, hmm. I'm trying to avoid other debuffs because you have some already. Avoiding any type of dots because you have some already. Um, what else could we do here? I could do it so it's sort of like Blade, where you only get one combo point though. Um, also, like thinking about what's good through. Again, I could have different. Like one could be a left side could be maybe better against casters, and a right side could be better against melee or physical. Um, what would that even be? Hmm. Life of design in a game, staring at a board, trying to figure out what you're going to do. Um, I still sort of am leaning towards combo point specific things. And so you could do R1 left, like anywhere between 1 and 3 times. Into an R2 left. Into an R3 left, maybe. They could share combo, like these like builders in some ways. Hello, Umbra. How you doing? I'm working on the rogue at the moment. I've got some kind of cool things down. I've got like this, the rogue kind of prompted me to do a new mechanic for the rotation run, which is every time you complete a set of ruins, which is basically when your ruins go down from 3 from auto attacking, you get an it's a point for a trigger, and that trigger can be an ability, right? So the rogue, as he auto attacks, he gets a steel power buff. That steel power buff makes his auto attacks hit harder. As the rogue is a positional based class, it'll stack higher if he resets on depending the where he is. So now I have 2 stacks that I did the front and the left, and now I go back here, and now I have 3 stacks. You can see my damage is like slowly going up and stuff. Now I have 4 stacks, and so now I've maximized the power, like the steel power. So it's the idea of if I reset with auto attacks, then I've completed a set, and it's a place for a trigger. And in the future, you could customize that trigger probably through equipment or talents and stuff. Now the key thing here is it shouldn't trigger if you use an ability, I believe. If I use ability, okay, it did reset. Oh, wait. Did it? Okay, it did. Yeah. Or is this using? Okay. Okay, so I think I wanted to not trigger that if you use an ability. Input. So why is it using it? What? You should only do it when it increments. Because then it gets into your choices matter. Do I use an ability now, or do I get the trigger on the set increase? Yeah, that's a good addition to choices. Um, all the way down here. I played the game in this playtest. It was great. I chose Warrior as a class and wasn't able to find any bugs. Cool. That's really good to hear. Yeah, Warrior's one of the classes I did a pretty good rehaul on. So it's good to hear. How'd you like the new Warrior redesign? Okay, so here we have ignore rotation reset, increase rotation set is true. Oh, so this is just an ability thing. So if I go to backstab, okay. I don't know, it was my first playtest. I'm not day one. I started following you. Tearyn couldn't be able to play test before. Okay, no. No, I appreciate it. Oh, maybe it's on the... It's probably... I see what I'm doing here. So it's probably on the rogue... where is it? Backstab? Let me get this in its own folder now. Um, why can't I never find this? I swear I looked there. I don't know why it's not there. Positional advantage. Over here. But the class is smooth, like no glitches or lag, and also nothing. Also, the map look lo-fi and sunset and sunrise. Awesome. Keep it by. It's 5 a.m. It's just hot to take a pic. Hopped in to take a picture. I'll join later if you will do the stream. Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate the support, Umbra. Okay, so this is the thing. Or it's not. Why is it doing this then? crazy here? Oh, I wonder if it's steel power? Can't be that, right? No. Why? I swear, I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, okay. Um, hmm. Hum. Alright, so don't have steel power yet. And then I hit R. And it resets. It gives me steel power. So I don't want that. Why is it doing that? So is it this? No, it's not coming through there. Um, how? The only thing that does it is this thing. This one's correct. Action auto. Increases the count, right? Nothing is calling this. Like if let's do a breakpoint. So what in the world? That's not calling it. What is? And this is not calling it either. Oh, I think I'm a dork. Am I a dork? Backstab, crypt, temp. Do I still have this adding? Yeah, I'm such a dork. My testability was adding the steel power. Okay, there we go. That's intended. So you have to choose. You're choosing. Effectively, do I want to use my set reset or my rotation set bonus? Or my R3. And so now we have a little bit of variety and stuff to think about during gameplay. And it goes back to the thing of I want you to have those moments where, oh, I need to just auto attack for XYZ reason in order to prepare myself for other XYZ reason. And that is why I am doing some of these systems. And so right now the rogue can like apply bleed from different directions that stacks, but if you do it from the same direction, it just refreshes. So it's a very positional based champion. Then as you auto attack and you get a full reset on your ruins, you get a auto attack buff to your damage. So it's rewarding you to auto attack properly and like move around a bunch. And then between your crits will apply expose weakness to things, which is a basically armor reduction. And now I'm going to, I will get to the point where your Q and E will either use your Empower as a kind of resource or your Expose Weakness as a resource. So it's kind of like reverse combo points and combo points. And so that's like the idea we're kind of going with the rogue here. And now on the left and right side, and now like there's a uniqueness about the rogue where you have a positional advantage button. And this is effectively 12 different abilities in one button. Because not only do you have your standard rotation ruins, and it changes based on R1, R2, R3. So you have a R1 ability, an R2 ability, and an R3 ability. But it's positional based. So you have an R1 front, an R1 left, an R1 behind, and an R1 right. And then you have an R2 front, R2 left, R2 behind, and R3, R2 and so forth. Same thing with R3. So currently, the R1 is going to be like a basic one attack at R1, a double attack at R2, and a triple attack at R3. So it's good for procs, any type of proc builds. It's going to be good at that type of thing. And then your R from behind is going to be various cast times for backstab, but they're going to be slow, high resource cost, high damage, but also immobile. It's going to kind of like lock you in place. So you have to weigh that into your kind of mind of if the target's moving a lot, it's not going to land probably. So it has to be a stationary monster type thing. And so now the final thing I'm going to use, I'm working on is the kind of like the intention behind the left and right attacks of positional advantage. And that's where it's getting into a little bit of a kind of like trying to figure it out. Like a little bit unsure. Like I'm thinking about another combo point builder or something that both right and left attacks can use. But I'm trying to understand. I already have debuffs and bleeds and buffs. And so I'm trying to avoid more styled combo points, but I might still go with it anyways, just because it's a start. So the R1 left and right would be potentially builders, and then we would have spenders on our R2 and R3s. But again, with this type of combat system, you have to have a lot of like situational and intention to each damage ability. Otherwise, everyone's just going to figure out what the best damage ability is and just use that, right? So for long-term fights, you're going to want to make sure you're stacking your bleeds up. For things that you know aren't going to move, you can, and maybe that, there's no AoE stuff going on, you want to get behind and backstab. The frontal attacks are typically intended for soloing and whatnot, and to help you proc things. And there's obviously some downsides to that because maybe they have a cleave, maybe they have a frontal cone damage, these things. So it's very, very situational. So what is the, and then on the steel power buff you get, you can use that steel power to give yourself a dodge buff, which is defensive, a move speed buff for defense, and attack speed buff for offense. So it's, again, situational. Exposed weakness you can use for, you can amplify the damage more. You can stagger or you can deal a burst damage as a result of removing those stacks type thing. Hello, White. Yeah, no, you gotta do what you gotta do. No problems. And so now, if I could do left side combos of some sort as a builder, I'm just taking a break and I can watch a stream as I build the maps. Awesome. I'm happy to be of background noise for you as I ramble on about this rogue. I've been kind of stumped honestly on the rogue design. I had a direction of it, where to go with it, but I knew I just wanted to be a positional attacker and not just backstab. I wanted to lean into the idea of usually it's just a backstab. Let's do it differently, where it's a positional based champion, character, class, whatever. I might just go with this left combo point thing. It's hard for me to understand. We already have like stack the thing and deal the bonus damage. So why would you stack your left and right combo points? What is the benefit there? Because again, we're getting into this like nitty-gritty situation of, okay, you have 3 different variations of combo point stacking to deal burst damage. One of them is going to be the better one to do. Now, exposed weakness you technically get for free, so that's a little bit different. Because every time you crit, you get an exposed weakness stack on the target. So it's not something you have to, there is no spender or a builder for that. It's much easier to execute on. So maybe the damage is a bit less on that. Or maybe we just don't do like a bonus damage there. So exposed weakness, we could, if we remove the damage part of both this one and the bleed. So the bleed we just convert to a big bleed. And maybe something else. We could put a snare here for the bleed instead. And then I can move the stagger to the bigger effect, the R3, for exposed weakness. I still don't like giving the rogue a natural snare. I feel like it should be through talents or something. But it does sort of, especially like it wouldn't be on, if I did a snare, it'd probably be on exposed weakness. Because these erase the dots, right? So you wouldn't want to put a dot, you're building up a dot and then snare your target. To remove your dots would make no sense. You'd want to build up your dots, then apply the snare, and then run away and kite. I sort of like this. I like exposed weakness now. Snare, stagger. And then with the bleeds, we convert it to a big bleed. I feel like the big bleed should be probably the R3 and something more utility focused. That's cool. You're doing a great job. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I know this is kind of like a boring screen to look at, looking at a bunch of text, but everyone has their own way of like thinking of designs, and I'm just trying to think it through. I have so many different, and like every time I do a deep dive like this, I'm like slowly stepping through the rotation rune system and finding more ways to make it more interesting and deeper, and have more depth to it. Because it's not like I'm really trying to create a unique combat system, and it's really coming together. Um, and just the fact that like just the design for like again, so I treat like a lot of game design like in kind of a science way, like create your core thesis of something, and it's not just like your overall game, but your like for my combat, the core thesis is I want slow-paced combat. I don't want AoE grinding, and I don't want button mashing, right? So I want you to be able, and as part of that is I want you to be able to be in combat and still type to people and socialize. That's one like the core, some of the core thesis kind of things. So you establish those kind of ideas, and then you have to put in mechanics and systems that support those ideas. And when you try and do something that, oh, it's like, oh, hey, maybe I put this ability in or that ability in, and you realize, oh, well, looks like the player is just spamming buttons again. You have to like take that out type thing. And so, um, or like rethink that idea. And so all of these things are like, with the warrior yourself, it's like I always give the new warriors class I put in. You're thinking about your buffs that you have. Some of them are increased block, some of them increase damage reduction, some increase magic resist. You're like, is this a longer fight? Should I stack my bleeds on it? Um, if I'm in a cave and lots of things can aggro, I need to be efficient with my stamina, so I can't really use a lot of R3s, which are my like bigger damage buttons. Um, a lot of these things, if I have multiple monsters, instead of doing damage reduction, I can do a weaken on everything, an AoE weaken to reduce their raw power on each character. Is the chat going to be for voice chat or regular chat? Right now, just regular chat. There's obviously some potential virality that could happen with voice chat. It's very easy to do because Epic Online Services has voice over IP stuff that I could tap into. So I don't think it'd be too much of a stretch to get in and just have it as an option, you know. New World had it, and of course it's like there's so much potential virality to voice over IP stuff. Um, and I can always have it where you opt in for it. Yeah, it would be something in the settings I would have have off as default, and then you'd have to go turn it on. Um, I really like what was it Arc Raiders, how they used the AI stuff to be able to change your voice. And that way, if you're, we all know that, um, voice chat can get very toxic and stuff. So um, it allows you to change your voice and stuff. But yeah, likely, likely, I'll have it there as an option. There's no bother. I'm here to chat, dude. You know, I'm here to chat with people and ramble about my MMO. And like again, I'm an educator too. I have a whole course on Unreal Engine. So Metallic, if you're still there, I forgot even to mention that. But um, I have a whole course. Courses 5 through 8 are my courses. I got paid by Epic Games to do. It's right here. So me and a few other awesome authors did these. Um, me and my wife handled courses 5 through 8. And they're all inclusive. Like the way we did ours was because we had such a large section of the course. We start you off with creating your project, and there's a lot of theory throughout the course of both game design, and at the very end, we actually bring you through teaching you how to make 6 different game modes, and that's platformer, stealth survival, action combat, capture the flag, platformer, and story. And so I give you a lot of the game mechanics you need to achieve those different modes. And it really kind of teaches you. There's a lot of design theory as well through those courses. So what is a second bleed spender that's not burst damage? We already have like a physical damage reduction, so can't do that. Go ahead, White. So I'm making a zombie apocalypse game. I don't have that many ideas for a lobby. Like just a place for where people connect to. Like a waiting around area. And so that depends on what type of lobby. Is it like a Fortnite lobby where you're just having your 4 characters sit at the screen? Or is it the lobby where you're waiting for the match to start? Like, you know, kind of like when for Roblox. So in Roblox is more of like, isn't a lobby in Roblox more like, oh, hey, we're all waiting in this room, the game's about to start, we're all like running around dancing and stuff, or like emoting and that type of thing, right? And then like the session starts or you run into it. I have kids that play Roblox, so they've shown me a little bit over the years. So in that case, like I mean, it's really up to you. Like obviously, zombie apocalypse theme could be fun. The first thing that comes to my mind is comedy, because of Roblox you can do some funny stuff. And I don't know if you ever watched the end of what is it? What is the British zombie movie? Uh, oh yeah, Shaun of the Dead. End of Shaun of the Dead. Hold on. That's not it. Hold on. Um, where is it? So, have you ever seen Shaun of the Dead? I mean, it's kind of like it's kind of a gruesome movie, but there was one scene, but I can't really find the clip of it that I'm looking for. So basically, they had like, oh, hey, the zombie outbreak broke happened, right? And they go through the movie. It's all, it's all, zombies. They're all everywhere. Yada yada yada. Um, and then they had like a comedic end of like, okay, the zombie apocalypse happened, but we've maintained it, and now there's a bunch of zombies everywhere. And so now they're like, oh, zombies make great Walmart employees, or something like that. And so there's like zombies moving the carts back in or something. And then they had like a game show, like a Asian styled game show where like the zombies are doing different little game showy things around. And I think a lobby you could be kind of comedic with a lobby of some sort of zombies doing game show stuff, as people wait around. Um, but it depends on like how serious you want your game is. I don't know. But I always liked that genre that had a little bit of comedy in what they were kind of doing. Um, and so think of like what is it, American Warrior for zombies in a way. I don't know. American, was it Gladiator? Whatever the America's Ninja, Top Ninja or something. But zombies doing it. And like so, and the whole thing is like you're sitting at lobby watching the zombies do the game show. I don't know, but outside of that, you're just like you can take your core game and the core, make a miniature version of your whatever level you have. Take the assets and just put them around the lobby a little bit. Like you could, I feel like it would kind of be memey if you're basically sitting there, you as a lobby are watching zombie game TV or something, you know, as you guys sitting there waiting. And then you can create different clips of stuff or different, simulated things on there. Try and be funny with it. Again, outside of that, just like take your core level, break up a bunch of assets, and just make them like a miniature kind of collage of them, type thing. But I think the comedic approach fits well for Roblox. Okay. And so I still need my other bleed spender. Mm. Oh, I could do like a healing reduction, even though there's not healings in the game yet for monsters. I guess there kind of is. There actually is one or two healing monsters. That could actually work. Um, that's not bad. I'll do that for now. I think I still have to code that in. I don't know if I have healing reduction yet. Um, that's not bad though. That could be interesting. Okay, so I'm liking this so far. So I think I'm going to lock in these, and these. So that's QE, Shift QE done. And so now I'm finally down here. What if you make a monster that shoots like fireballs and that your reduction your health, but every time you hit it, heals by 25%. So like I'm working on the rogue design right now, and not boss design stuff. And so it's like the core kit of the that's more like boss mechanics type thing, which could be interesting, right? Um, that's always like stuff like that oh, they deal a lot of damage to you, but then you can get your health back XYZ way. It's always interesting. But this is specifically what is the base rogue kit for abilities. And I'm almost done. I'm almost done the design portion of this. And so now we don't have a so-called combo point burst for damage, which is good. That leaves it up to potentially the spenders here. This is getting tough. Yeah, it's the core abilities for the character, right? So like when I hit play, if I made a rogue character, I would be able to get access to these abilities, right? But I haven't finished designing all of these abilities, and because it's not just 8 abilities, right, on my bar, each button can have basically 3 abilities, and so you know, like what's going to happen is my R, when I push R from the front here, it's going to do 1 attack, but then if I do it from the back side, it's going to do the backstab, and if I do it from the left side, it's going to do a left side attack, that type of thing. So I'm figuring out the actual design of the abilities right now. And so at level 1, you start with just 1 button that's active type thing. Rogue's a little bit different because you start with stealth and stuff. You start with stealth kick and your positional advantage, which I might not need anymore. I can do kick at level 2 again. And then but yeah, so I'm just designing how everything works together, right? Because you don't want just one big damage button that, oh, that's the best one to use, I'm only going to use that. What if you do a super rare ability and it's like an OG ability and only like 100 people get it? It's like pretty OP. Well, that's the problem you get into balance, right? So in MMOs, balance is a really important thing. And if someone has something super powerful, that other people can't get, it breaks an MMO, and people won't think it's fair. So MMO kind of like genre as a whole is very different from Roblox games, where you can kind of like grant those special things one off. Um, Sometimes you can do it in MMOs, like certain GM events or special events, people get stuff, but sometimes over time they'd be less powerful because um, new gear, new expansion comes out, new gear comes out, and they're like, there's things to do there. But um, generally speaking, like how I'm building my classes, I want them to be kind of have a level bar of um, because one of the things that plagues MMOs right now is damage meters. And your class can do this X amount of damage, and if you're not achieving that, then we don't want to play with you. No, it's completely fine not to know these things. There's nothing to feel wrong about, and I'm happy to explain these things too. Because I know um, I know there's a whole generation of people that have never touched an MMO, right? Let alone there's a whole generation of people that have barely played any computer games at all. Again, I've come from the League of Legends community, and like watching Jinxie, his whole situation has kind of been incredible. Seeing what it's like for someone at his age level that's barely used a computer coming into League of Legends, and the issues and problems that come from that. So it's been interesting to kind of see. But yeah, the MMO genre, like OP stuff, isn't kind of allowed, or you're going to have a lot of angry people. And it's going to push people away from your game. And stuff can be OP, but not to the point where it's like only 100 people get it and stuff. You can do lots of cosmetic rewards like that, like a hat, We all know RuneScape. Apparently, a party hat is worth like ridiculous amounts of money, or a Christmas hat or something. I can't remember what it was, but and then in League of Legends, there's like a PAX TF skin that's like super rare. So if you have an account with it, you can sell it for like $1,000 or something. But yeah. Hmm. I'm not so that's a big thing right now. So EverQuest was the game I mentioned that a lot of inspiration comes from. It just had it's right now having a beta for EverQuest Legends. In EverQuest Legends, you can actually get 3 different classes. And there's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with that. But at the moment, I'm not interested in doing multiple classes. It's going to be you have a base class. Right now we have 6. We have Warrior, Cleric, Enchanter, Rogue, Mage, and Archer. So we have 6 classes already. From there, I'm building out the base abilities of all of those classes. And I've already completed the Cleric, Enchanter, Warrior, and Mage. I finished those last month. Now I'm trying to finish Rogue and Archer this month. And that just goes as the base abilities. In the future, there's going to be equipment and talent. Talents, like probably more closer to like a Path of Exile sphere grid of how you want to specialize that character. On top of that, you only have, you know, 8 buttons. You have potentially up to like 24 abilities in a way. And so, but your character class might have 100 different abilities to choose from. It's going to be up to you to kind of like place together your stuff. So there in the future there will be a lot of customization in your abilities in your class. It's just I'm just not there yet. um, Again, this project has only been around for about a year and a half. Um, and even at that stage, it's been mostly like less than part-time work. Um, just because we're not a funded project. We don't have funding for the project, and we actually are. The games industry kind of sucks right now, so we are still looking for work. Unfortunately, we've had like some small things with different startups and stuff here and there, but overall, it's kind of a crappy moment in that regard. So here I am trying to stream and promote my streaming career. If I could build an MMO on the back of Twitch ads, it'd be like a dream come true. Um, that would be stellar. And I don't have to have some massive salary, right? Like I just need to pay my rent and electricity, and I'm Gucci. So, which unfortunately is a lot in California, but that would be the goal um, in life. Is build an MMO on the back of ad revenue. Okay, let me clear all this. I don't need any of this up at the moment. Okay, so the healing reduction was really good. I really like that because that's very situational, but it will come into big help later on. It might not be very thematically, like you probably want like more of a disease type character to do that, but because we don't have that right now, I'll keep it here. Um, so we can have combo point builders for the left side. And then what would the spenders do? Hmm. Yeah, it's games like EverQuest, games like World of Warcraft, RuneScape. Um, you know, what else? Why am I drawing a blank? Um, World of Warcraft Classic. These things. I said WoW twice, but whatever. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, no problem, man. No, there's no issue with lurking. I love my lurkers. Um, so we could have a combo point builder for the left side and then the right side, which is always R1. So I have nothing that does damage. I could, for the sake of simplicity right now, consider left side, right side the same thing. But I really want to have them separate. I think it just adds a lot of value to it. Hmm. I might need to let this stuff sit a little bit. Until I think of something. So they both could use, like, the R3 on both of them could be to deal damage. And it would use both left and right combo points. Um, can't be a bleed. Can't be a debuff. The rogue already has a stun with the kick, so I can't do a stun. I already have a stagger. And a snare. So it's technically 4 abilities left. I could just make them damage. Like, I do need a damage proc thing. A so-called execute. I like making them a little bit synergistic, where no matter what side you're on, you can potentially use the other side's combo stuff. Because it makes them kind of unique compared to the front and back. But it makes the R3s kind of like just feel so samey. No problem, White. Gotta go, gotta go. Gotta do what you gotta do. Again, I've kind of already had my break this week, so I'll be streaming a lot more this month. So I'll be around. I'll be streaming a little bit less than last month because I have content to work on. But I'll be around. Um, couple points. Hmm. I'm gonna check on one of my kiddos real quick. I'll be right back. Um. Hmm. I really want to solve this. This is like a puzzle I need to solve because it can be really beneficial to. Um, so like last time, I think it was yesterday, or the day before, whatever. Um, I was able to, implement the mechanics I want for the rogue, and I made that kind of a goal, an objective, finished that. So now I'm trying to finish the design of the rogue, then I can stop my stream, and then tomorrow I'll actually implement all of this stuff. Um, and so it just helps you kind of like separate your work a little bit. I could go implement a lot of this stuff right now, but I think I want to just have a good holistic completion of it. And I could do something that increases bleed damage. That's not terrible. So like this one could increase bleed damage. So it's a little bit similar to the mage. And this one could be increase like backstab damage. That's a potential. Hmm. So these could be empower, like empower bleeds, and then empower backstab. And this is like for duration, and this is for ammo stack based. It's not a terrible idea. Just, is it worth the? It'd have to be a pretty big increase for it to be viable. I just drank a very flat soda. Gross. I thought it was my recent one. I thought wrong. Even though I like this idea, it also feels a little bit samey as the Fire Mage. And even though it's not going to feel the same, conceptually in the design it feels the same. I also don't like. That's why I'm kind of avoiding the execute stuff. Because ignite is an execute as well that the mage gets, and it's based off the dots of burn you put on a target. And I just feel like it's getting a little bit too similar. If you have classes that kind of feel the same idea of like, oh, stack something a bunch of times and like blow it up, it gets a little bit too samesies, for lack of a better word. And the fire mage has, oh, I empower burn, and for 10 seconds you get increased burn damage. But does it feel the same? I don't know. I could put like a increased bleed damage thing here. I think I need to put a pin in this. I need to just take a break. I've been staring at this or thinking about this for whatever my stream is. What, almost 7 hours at this point? Because even when I was cooking, I was pacing back and forth, thinking about this. I think I'm going to try and get a small workout in. I've been trying to row more. I have a rowing machine right behind me. I need to do more exercise throughout the day. Good old blood work came back not as great as it could have been. I still feel like I need to do that. The left and right combo point stuff. I could do. I don't really have any type of ultimate for the rogue, which I've done on other classes, so that's something to think about. Um, oh, I could do some sort of like temporary buff on, so like when you complete your rotation set, maybe you get a nuke. And that's what some of these could do. That could be kind of interesting. Um, hmm. Taking this off for now. I kind of don't like it because it's a little bit too close to the mage. Um, so could anything the rogue do help the group? Um, could anything be? I don't really want the rogue to be anything area effect. Nor cleave. Um, hmm. Hmm. It does make sense to have like a bonus of that backstab damage thing. Um, it's like an empower backstab does make sense. Um, somewhere. The empower bleed I think is out. Empower bleed's gone. Um, but empower backstab does make sense. There could be like a flurry of some sort. Like one ultimate could be flurry, either super high attack speed for a short duration. Um, which could also be, 5 to 10 quick attacks or something. I don't think there's anything I could do for that's thematically inclined for group bonus. Um, all right, yeah, I think I need to take a break. Um, I'm definitely leaning towards some sort of backstab bonus thing. Some sort of high attack speed thing. Potentially a rotation set bonus trigger thing. Maybe I don't even do combo points. Alright, I think I need to take a break. Thank you everyone for watching. I have lots of content on our YouTube channel if you're interested in learning about more. We do playtest every month. Wish list if you can. Subscribe, it really helps. And we're trying to knock this out of the park and do awesome things. Again, if you're interested in class design, I've been working on the Rogue, and I'll be working on the Rogue probably for the next couple days. Then after that, it's the Archer. And it's an Indie MMO, EverQuest and WoW inspired. You can check out our recent video on our YouTube channel for a breakdown of all the systems we have in place. We're continuing to evolve with every class I make. I'm finding little tweaks in here and there to have more depth to the rotation ruin combat system. So really appreciate everyone's views, all those lurkers out there. Thank you very so much. And again, I'm hoping that one day maybe I can fund this MMO through streaming and keep helping others with their projects. And any guidance you need on Unreal or game development. And again, thank you so much. Take care, everyone.